So I got a few books from that dumpster. Fairport Harbor, which is a real small town up here by where I'm at, but by Headlands Beach in Menor. Reincarnation, U.S. Coast Guard boating guide. They're in the trash. Satellite T1900, 1900C. I don't know if it's for a satellite dish. Big index. You can find a picture. Function F, no. So I actually have, oh, okay, so this is for a laptop. I have some old computer stuff and the stuff that I found in the trash. This stuff that's right here, and right here was from yesterday. But I got 2 bins. About there. From a plate. Oh. And since there's 2 people, it's Nakamichi. So looking this up, I looked up the H, and these are like $300 to $400. This one is obviously going to be parts not working because of the condition of these screws. If I can get one off of here, get this up and get a picture of the electronics, I will. Which that's pretty easy. These screws are all right. These ones don't look so well. But if I can get at least a picture of the electronics, be like, hey, it was found in a dumpster. But they still sell for like just the 200. Sell for $200 parts. Smells like, that smell like electronics in there. These I will need. I looked up this gauge, nothing on that, so I'll get a little bit of brass and stuff off of this. Nothing with that. I kept the solder iron I got yesterday. Never know when I'll need it. Flute guns I find all over, and I really don't. I find them enough. Solder irons, almost brand new. I don't. And I didn't take these apart or this drill. And I got these bins of stuff. And this Magnavox cassette player. Let me get the gloves on because that stuff was in a dumpster. It was nasty. Got some pneumatic hoses that are still wrapped in a little plastic. The plastic cinch strap, whatever it's called. Cash register. Part of the metal detector. An old portable black and white TV. I don't want to plug that in. But a JCPenney portable black and white TV that you'd use in like an RV, no. Those don't hold value. They might be $50 to someone, $50 plus shipping to someone, not to me. I'm not plugging in, starting a fire. I do have a fire extinguisher over here that still reads full that I found in the trash. Yeah, this right here. Magnavox. See all the mold and ugliness on it. And this. If it's new in box, that's awesome. I don't know. EL140. Made by Young Scientists. Thought it was Radio Shack one. That's why they weren't coming up. But if they're worthwhile, I'll list it like that. I got to make sure stuff's in it. All right, let's get to these bins. Bin-a-roni. That one's got some weight to it. It's got a little weight to it. Man, Derek, why weren't you ready, prepared to do this? You're not even ready. You don't have all your stuff how you need it. You suck. Thanks. Appreciate the encouragement. Mainly because this stuff here When I do this stuff, this is stuff I get right here, right on the fly. You know, I found this on my way out as I was getting my truck e-checked, which is the last year I have to do it, because next year, or 2 years from now, it'll be 28 years old, or 26 years old. And then you don't have to do it for vehicles that are 26 years old and older. Well, on my way back, on my way there, I saw the dumpster in the yard. On my way back, I pulled in, no cars in the driveway. There was a big, like, you could tell it's someone, it was either a bandit or whatever. Because I could smell the mildew in this bin right here. You can't see my hand. I could smell the mildew in this bin. And that's what the door opened. But these books I'll look at later. That soap's not worth anything. Yeah, some old soaps. I used to sell soap too. I bought a bin, probably like that, maybe about half full with maybe 200 and some odd bars in it, of all different kinds of soaps on a yard sale for $40 years and years and years ago. And I sold them for years. But some bars of soap are 30, 40, 50, 60 bucks a bar. I've been selling for a long time, and I've been selling smalls for a long time. And anytime when you can get a bunch of smalls that are going to weigh, whatever, smalls are going to weigh under a pound. And anytime where you can get them for cheap and you can learn about that category. There's just some really, really, and even more so now. 20 years later, the collector things have really changed. The money's a little different now. I guess I smoked all the rest of my smoking, or my daughter did. All right. So, a little crooked. Oh, shit. Let me go get the tablet. You know, it looks like 5 people now. I just think everybody comes here to listen to the very, very quiet volume, whatever I'm playing in the background. It's actually LCD sound system. And I don't remember what's next, and I don't remember what's after that or after that. I just put 5 CDs in. That's usually my work day. I put 5 CDs in. And when I'm getting toward the end, or the last CD, that's when my work day pretty much is finished. One way. It's like same thing yesterday. I was taking all the stuff apart I got on Saturday. All my stuff was done. No, I went a little bit past, but because I was still kind of getting this little pile right here, that was stuff I needed to break down a little more. Now when I start this, there's one person. There's just 5. Another carabiner. Screw that. Get the motor out. Toss the plastic out. That might be aluminum. That is. Yeah, and I think my other magnet is out there. And I doubt these things here. Yeah, I gotta put those in a vise. Get that on there and tear that brass off. But a lot of decent electronics, some old computer stuff, some old, couple of these old docking stations. Desk jet. Oh, it's a printer. Well, they're not like today's printers, right? To where it is nothing but a fucking mess to take apart. Got 2 of those. A dryer hose, or dryer cord. This whole bin and a whole other bin. I got my diet. All right, let's get some of the small stuff out of the way. So my wife and daughter's boyfriend, they're out on a quest, I guess. That might be, yeah, Steve. All right. A piece of glass. Let's get the Phillips. And then tomorrow, since I had that errand today, I just got to go to a B&B anywhere with the e-check and registration. Go get the new tags for the truck, which I'll just make for a year. That way, when I go for next year for the Fiesta, get it e-checked, I could just pay for 2 years for each. Probably even have that truck. I mean, you could do a tag and plate transfer on a vehicle to a different vehicle. So you're not getting a new plate and all that. See, now there's 4. I knew I saw 4. So just taking apart free stuff. The router, and the gateway were from yesterday's escapade. It's not aluminum, it's plastic. Steel. Playing a lot of motor. I'll deal with taking the wire and stuff off and process it all down later. But yeah, found this. It's backwards, all right, but the Nakamichi modular EQ. So I'll tear all that down later. Maybe. Matt. Brass bearing. My other magnet. Well, I've got more of these hard drive magnets. No, it's not as powerful. These ones are, you just pop it open. All right, leave that on there. I learned my lesson. Don't touch that shit. At least that's what I'm thinking right now. Don't touch it, leave it be. To figure out what I would want to or need to cut off in order to kind of maximize the money from it. That'd still be, I don't know. Fortunately, most of the stuff is like wires. All I gotta do is like cut the brass off and cut the little charger brick part off. And then eventually break off the casing, the shells of like the charger bricks and the power supplies and stuff like that. Then they get 50 cents a pound for those boards at Portsport. Aluminum. Pull on the board. It's the easy way to do that. Well, yeah, so, oh, holy. Yes, it has. It has been a little while. I don't see, I mean, I see you in Sean's streams. I'm like, she hasn't been over mine. I don't care. Yeah, last time I was resurfacing discs. And I've done that another time since then. How's it going? I think you wrote. But right now, I want to say it's maybe 20 C, probably about 80 degrees maybe. Now what would that be in C? 13, 9, 8. 8, another 16, 0.5 of that, 8, 24, 70, 78, I think. 80, no, 88 is. It's not bad. Say 22, 23 C. So it's nice. Doors open. Out here in at least a few counties up here in Ohio toward the Cleveland area and a little more south, you have to do something called e-check. So you just go get your emissions. They plug something in your OBD2 and they read your past emissions. And if it's good, it's good. If not, then you got to repair some stuff. But either way, on my way back, I stopped at a dumpster in someone's yard and found the bins that you saw in the thumbnail in this nice Nakamichi. Its part's not working. I can see right now if the electronics are any good, but they're like $200. Dollar is better than pound, so 170 pounds. Trash. The side of that is still breathing. These electronics are good. I'll just put it in the camera. You know, screen. Looks like that might be one of the stray cat. I call him Poofy, because he's poofier than our other black cats. My daughter calls him Zemo, Z-E, Zemo. Because he's a brown, black tabby cat. So without a really, really awesome inspection, the electronics in that look good. So I don't know if it works, but still, it smells like electronics. But I don't see, I mean, there could be something underneath these dials. But I don't see any burnt wire connectors. So either part's not working. $200. I just sold some aluminum Harley Davidson rims. strange story. Oh, my schedule has been topsy-turvy. A bit less. Yes, definitely a lot of bits. A lot of, I mean, it was in comparison to 31, 32C. I mean, that's got to be, well, 32 and 100, right? 100 degrees. So, yeah, it was 30, 32C with a lot of humidity because I'm a couple miles from Lake Erie. Whew. Yes, indeed. What the thing that I'm holding, it is a Nakamichi. It's a portable crossover. So basically, think of it like an equalizer. Hoping that you know what an equalizer is, but it's for the car. So you plug it in your RCAs in here, and you can adjust the basses and trebles and mid ranges before it hits your speakers. So if you want more to go somewhere else, it's that. But Nakamichi is no brand to not fuck with. I mean, if you see Nakamichi somewhere, just pick it up. It's like seeing Macintosh in the trash. If you see Macintosh in the trash, go up to that homeowner's house and go punch him in the fucking face. Macintosh should never be in the trash. So it's just an equalizer for the car. Yes, audio. It was dealt with those days before, but with the Super El Nino and a lot of the other things going on, and even the multitude of earthquakes that happened in short succession, that and all that water movement and the flow of water and the oceans they're very finicky. So if you have an earthquake that has this line of water that's XYZ degrees, and the earthquake bumps up 2 miles deep of this section of water that's otherwise colder, and it goes up north while it's in the time of a Super El Nino right now, the oceans are finicky. To be alive is a privilege on anywhere, period. We work around the environment. Fortunately, we destroy too much of it, but we work around the environment. So those earthquakes, and I got something really sneaky on this one. But we work anyhow. Still breathing. And then I've got like this right here is another board. I'll just cut off this IC. That's about the only, maybe steel. So cut off that IC. Because ICs are like $14 a pound. This board itself is 50 cents a pound. Yes, the water. So I am a sciencey guy. You know how Sean is proficient in the stuff he is? I like science and I like space. I'm not an aficionado in either, but I am versed enough to be like, that's not good. As opposed to one in complete shock and awe with, well, how could that happen? But free stuff. I sold the circuit boards to the company called, and then I saw my dad for the first time in 13 years, because he lives like a couple miles from the company called Board Sort, which is the place out here in the U.S., one of the places that buys circuit boards. And so I sold them, and I learned not to cut some of the stuff off and do some other stuff. So what do we have in here? A circuit board. Nice circuit board right there, buddy. Nice circuit board, and there's a whole other one down in here. I like this song. It's from LCD Sound System. Just found the CD the other day. It's like a $80 CD, 70 pounds. Oh, this shit I paid $1 for. That's a good circuit board. I'll start it over and turn it up. Those bumping off my $1,000 speakers I got for $50. And I just put a couple of them back in the storage. Oh no, I didn't. I put one. Yeah. Just have to Tetris your brain on what least amount of moves to take something apart. So these are MK Miller Kiesler S125 monitors, speakers. But $1,000 for the two main ones when they were new 25 years ago. Well, 400 used on eBay. I got 5 of them for $50. Gold connector ends. Aww. I don't know how well you can hear this. I don't play the music for you. So this, some people would just toss it in with just a printer and get 9 cents a pound. 6 cents per half a kilo. 6 pennies, whatever it is exactly. So, or you can take it apart and get the value in the board, which those boards are like $5 a pound. This is all steel. That might be stainless. It is not. That is not. This got gold contacts on it. Love in your eyes. Maybe that's just another fun. I can change it. Yes, bargain. Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah. The speaker is all the way up about a foot from the ceiling, 1/3 of a meter from the ceiling, and it's pointed this way. Inside the whole dining room. Usually, I mean, doing this stuff here is just more tedious. You have to take it apart, and you're going to make a couple bucks. But the amount of time spent to take it apart, if you're going to get $2, $3, $4 a pound, or 3 pounds sterling a kilo, and it's free, and then the rest of the work is basically just cutting wires down. Sometimes, I mean, it does take quite a bit of an aggressive approach to get it all apart. And I got another one like this, so. But I didn't want to find stuff in the trash or a $200 EQ, parts not working EQ. I didn't want to. I just sold those 2 motorcycle rims for $200 cash. I might have that in I have a Facebook for secondhand MediaMan. But I believe I put the rims on my YouTube. A piece of copper. Pick them up. Dumpster literally right across from this apartment complex. My wife was with me actually that day. And I told her, she's like, "What? Man, I wish I had a job like that. Where you're like, oh well, I'll find the stuff. Somebody's going to want it, and then it's then you make $200, 170 pounds for just picking up some aluminum rims out of the dumpster." And I never wanted to be much of a dumpster diver. But the price of the market of stuff, especially for a lot of the data centers and tech centers and just tech industry in general, the price of copper went up. It's probably 5 pounds sterling now. Well, that's per pound. So it would be 10 sterling per kilo. And then I'll process all this down, right? If these are brass, they are. Get the wires off that. And get this brass off. This is real thin metal, so I can just yank this brass out of there. So I can get like 15, 20 cents a pound for the motor, but I'll get $2.10 a pound for the brass. So I'll yank that little bit of brass off as long as it's easy. And separate all that. That's a good board right there. It's not one of the, like this color board. This stuff here is pretty much always going to be 50 cents a pound. There's a couple things I'll take off this, like the brass there, this fuse, these toroids that have copper on them. These transformers will stay on here. It's just not enough copper to time and everything ratio. But see how these ones are green and not that very, very tacky like sand brown. These ones are better ones. So at minimum, they're $3.10 a pound. And I know, I mean, again, I didn't want to get into this. Oh, so the string, you want to hear a cool, strange story? Since you're here for stories and commentary. So back, and I'm going to give a condensed. So always been selling on eBay for decades. And like this copper right here, that'll come out. That's just an easy removal. And that little peg that it's on will stay on there. But I'll get the copper out because the copper is $4 a pound, 8 kilo, 8 a kilo, 8 pound a kilo. Man, that shit's got to get confusing for you guys. Well, it would be if you also use US, because you use pound differently. But anyhow, so I wanted to figure out what I could do. So I start watching. I go on YouTube, and this is, end of 2019, 2020. I go on YouTube. Hey, how can you make money, extra money, XYZ, code, whatever I type. One of the things that came up was dumpster diving and scrapping. I was like, oh, all right, cool. I live in an apartment complex, so it's got like 15 dumpsters. All I did basically is went around. I found the stuff that I could sell, but all I did was basically cut the cords off the stuff that I wasn't going to drag around and try to sell online. So what that ended up doing is just keeping my interest by watching other scrappers, mainly one Dub Print, he's from Canada, A. And another one is Scrap It All, James, I've mentioned them, both of them a few times. That's a ribbon cable. So I gotta take off, and that's gonna be brass in there. I'll take all that apart later. That's an aluminum tin, 50 cents a pound for that. This maybe. Nope. This is. So, back to my story. So I was, so I got into dumpster diving. So we go many years forward now to this year, and I get into dumpster diving, just getting free money basically. And I go to the dumpster right across from me. I'll go to many dumpsters too, but I go to the dumpster across the street from me. Now these are about the rims I mentioned earlier. I had a couple people message me. Another guy messages me. He's like, "Hey, I can come up tomorrow." He's the guy who bought them today. I can come up tomorrow. I was like, "Cool." Like, I'm coming from an hour and a half, so I want to make sure XYZ. I was like, all right, whichever. Come on up and look at him. So he comes up. So I ask him, so where did you come from an hour and a half away from here? He goes, Worcester. Wooster, Worcester. I was like, oh, my brother, he has an electrician company down there. Like, oh, that's cool. What's it called? And I said TES. I didn't even get to finish the name of it. And he's like, oh, Mark? Yeah, Mark. My brother owns that. He's like, oh, yeah, he comes to the shop all the time. He's done work for us. How could that even happen? I would have never, ever met that guy who knows my brother for years on end if it wasn't for COVID. Think about it. If it wasn't for COVID, I would have been somewhere. I would have been out in Pittsburgh managing a store. I don't know what I'd be doing now, but I signed my management contract with the company who I signed it for the day the United States shut down, March 15th or 17th or whenever it was. Signed my contract. Nope, can't go to Pittsburgh now. Because of that, that led to, hey, how can I make more money? What can I do because of COVID, XYZ? You can scrap. I get interested in scrapping because COVID happened, because if COVID didn't happen, I'd been in Pittsburgh. And I wouldn't have had an interest to get scrapped. So then I started scrapping, and I started going to the businesses right around here, but that same company who I signed the contract for, hired me up here to manage up here in Menor. So I moved up here, and this was a place that it was second to last. I mean, I wasn't like that dire, but I was second to the last place of the option that I wanted, of the other options after Word. This guy called me back with a better rent price than everybody else. Like, let's do it. So if that didn't happen, I wouldn't be here. And if other things didn't happen, I wouldn't be here. Well, I'm saying I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be in this spot right now with a heightened interest and intrigue to want to scrap, to be right here and then inevitably be right across the street where I found those Harley rims, to have some guy drive an hour and a half up here who works, who does, or my brother does work for him on the frequent. All of that had to happen in order for that to happen. Yeah, kind of butterfly effect. The thing to be, I think it's an awesome thing to do. I'm going to guess you're referring to this. I reckon you get a lot of enjoyment. Yeah, it is. So I was explaining that to my wife yesterday, the day before.
Oh, so just relax.
Like, I never really would have thought. I mean, I am a thrifter or car booter. Thrift charity shopper. Pow, 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 pow. I have no idea what that it's all about. But when you're just sitting down and you're jamming on the couch to do some work, and you hear this, you're like, oh, hell yeah. List. It is. Because there's intrinsic, like, money value in it. But reselling wise, a tenet, T-E-N-E-T, a tenet to a lot of resellers' reasoning is to keep things out of the landfill. They are just, landfills are another amazing science on how they work, what they do, another amazing science. But the point is to keep it out of the landfill, right? And there's, so this is like I believe it's a sump pump, is what it looks like. And there are just some oddball one and an odd things. I mean, I know you don't watch like my scrapping videos. I only put a couple out, but I found a box to a 12-inch Sony Trinitron from 1983. For the Trinitron, no TV, but just the box. How many places can you go right now to go find a box for a 40-year-old Sony Trinitron? Because there's hardcore fucking gaming, hardcore collectors out there. I got it. I got you one. I got one for you. But it's just that kind of stuff that I pick up. That box, that may be the last used box of that exact Sony Trinitron on this planet. There could be brand new ones, used ones, right? Chances are that's stainless. Dude, where else? That's where my brain goes with a lot of this shit. No, I just lost all my fucking. Well, that's brass anyhow, but I lost the silver contact on that. That's right, but I'm sure I can do this. There we go. So it's not a whole lot, but that's silver on there. You can see a little dimple, a little nipple. That's silver. This whole thing, that's 15 pounds of copper and brass with a little bit of silver on each end. It's not 15 pounds of silver, Please hear me. Ooh, that stinks. And then get that, get that. So all these little switches and stuff, I'll process that stuff down later. Well, thanks for stopping by. And sometimes there's new people that come in, I'll yammer on. Sometimes there's not. If there's nothing to chat, most of the time I don't post the video. So there's that, and then I get these US cords. I'm sure you've seen plenty of them, but get that. Some people will cut these off. We'll cut this off right here so I can yank that out and get the copper out. That extra work, not worth it to me. And I can just sit there and just yank that brass right out. Ooh, that's what she said. That chunk, no, that's a press. But it's not silver. But I'll put that in there anyhow. Just in case. That's a punch. No, it's got silver on it. So they use silver in case there's too much current that goes through. And its melt point will melt, and then it'll disengage the circuit to where it can't contact anywhere. It's either it's gonna be on the safe position no matter what happens. So it's always that silver is a safety factor. So it will flash melt. The silver will before brass and copper will. So you can have a melted part in a circuit, and then you have an open circuit. And an open circuit is a non-working circuit, which equals safety. Ask me how I know about apartment fires. Yeah, I mean, people stop by and say hi, and this is one of the small litanies of things that I do. So this right here. So in order to get this motor out, that's brass. Sean also paid. I don't know if he's been in the stream, but he said that the scrapping this kind of stuff is admirable. So like this coil right here. So this bottom part's gonna be aluminum. This is aluminum up top. You really can't see it too well. This is steel. But this right here, you get a solid or like a small hacksaw. And you just cut right here, and now that copper is cut, and then you just yank it out. And then brass. So that's something I have to process down later. At least get this thing out. And then I just have to deal with this. And I tear it down some more. But that's brass. So that one's done. Here, it's very stiff telephone wire. So these are gold connector ends, which are, so it'd be $3.10 a pound, 2.2. So like 5, maybe 6 sterling a kilo for gold connector ends. So they're not a whole lot, but when you deal with cords and cables all the time. So that's just the gold connector ends from yesterday and now today, and maybe a couple other from before, because I just saw my connector ends on the 14th, the day before my birthday. So I went to my dad's house, like an hour and a half south, and came back home, and then the next day I went down to my mom's house an hour south of here. So I went to my mom's on my birthday, and my dad's in board sold. So these are all gold connector ends. I'll fit this up again. It'll be another 15 pounds, another 7 kilos. And I'll get another what'll be 37.6, yeah, about 30 sterling, 30 to 40 sterling for the whole bin of just cutting the ends off of cords and cables. This is a real old appliance wire. Really, really weak wire. So I could strip this down and increase the value of what I'm going to get for it, but that stuff is just so messy. So messy to deal with. iOmega. I don't think this is iOmega. Computer stuff is typically going to have. Thank you. I'm 48. Doesn't matter if it's metric or imperial. 48. So this is going to be a 10. I'll cut this off. Full connector end, brass. Full connector end, wire. And this will have to be processed down, which looks like it just popped right up. I said that at a place where we went the other day, wife and down by my mom's. I was like, hey, do I get a birthday discount? And the woman at this store, it's called Dave's Almost Everything. It's like discount grocery and stuff, like really, really inexpensive. So good circuit board on here. Process that down later. I just want to get this chunky stuff where everything I have to process can go in a smaller container. I can just deal with that one by one. And she's like, how old are you? I'm like, well, 48. She's like, you don't look like you're 48. I'm like, you're just trying to get me to pay you more money for your stuff. Turns out, that wasn't the truth. It's like, no, you're tall, you look older, but you definitely don't look like you're almost 50. I'm married, honey. Well, technically not. My wife and I have never been married to anyone else or to each other. So that's just going to be all aluminum. Because that's all bad. I mean, somebody might want this for a handle or a body. I will look it up much later. I can't figure out if that was a compliment or not. Unmarried together. Yeah, 21 years. We met a couple of days before my birthday in 2005. So my daughter, not our daughter, right? Not you and me. My wife, non-married wife. Common law is what it used to be called in the U.S. Our daughter and our daughter's boyfriend just went out on their 6-month anniversary. Megan, my wife, or I call her Doobie, came from a very, very condensed version of the honey-do list. On our 6-month anniversary, maybe then or just a tad after, she told me that there's a parasite in her stomach. Well, not in her stomach, in that area. There was a parasite that I helped make. So that's what we were doing on that anniversary of said anniversary. And I am 8 years older than she is. Just a tad less than 8 years. So if you're doing the math, like, all right, he's 48. We met 21 years ago in 2005. He's 8 years older than she is. Yep. that young vigor. And I'm like, well, you're hot. You know how to cook. Let's see how long we last. It had some roller coasters, for sure, but got through them. So these are going to be either brass or stainless. A lot of times the outer one is brass. You're getting a crash course here. Yellow, brass. So I could toss that in just like that, cut this wire off. So that's wire. And that whole thing is $2.10 a pound. Just think of it like this. It's that many. I guess that doesn't make sense because I can still mean the same thing. It's not really a whole lot, but it's good. But brass is the next level of good stuff. And then I got another one of those in here too. Another breaker. I got a breaker. Breaker 19. Yeah, 21 years. And that might be a brass screw. It is not. So outlets aren't that difficult to. There's not a whole lot in them. That's why I couldn't keep that stuff in the truck. It's an SUV, a Ford Explorer, or a Ford Escape. This stuff stinks bad, like animal and pee and bad tasting beer, spirits. But if it stayed in the truck, it would just make the whole truck reek. See? And that's brass. That one might be steel. No, brass. Screws are brass. That's brass. Plastic. That's life. Yeah. I'm the conductor of the roller coaster, but boy, oh boy, did she build a bad. I'll leave it right there. But as long as you can ride the roller coaster, exactly. As long as they're still alive at the end of the day, you can tolerate each other. Yeah, and she makes jokes. She's like, "Oh yeah, I mean, you said you only wanted you're going to trade me in after 20 years." And I was like, I mean, think about it. Some guys, yeah, probably would. Not just her, but in general. I mean, that's nice. We'll keep her neck cable. But I'm used to you making food, and every single time when you make it, like it didn't turn out the way I wanted it. And then it's just food. To me, it's food. I probably lost 20 pounds because you haven't cooked dinner in like 5 days. I mean, if you want to be a trad wife, I don't want to be a trad wife, then find me a trad wife. But I don't even want to do that. That's just it's a pain in the ass. Someone will die. Hey, what happened to Jennifer? Oh, I don't know. Her boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. So this was called a SCSI connector. So this is all one volt connector end right here. I just don't have the patience for someone new. I don't fucking have the patience for that one. 20 years of patience, right? No, I'm just really passive. You gotta be goofy one way or another, make a little passive joke. I'm too passive. Most of the time when people are angry, it's funny. So yeah, it's been a while. She's probably, no, because I doubt she'll join us stream every once in a while. But I doubt she's out and about on the stream like, ah, da, da, da. Yeah. No, yeah. No murdering. Because if you do and you get caught, then yes, somebody will cook your food for you. And you won't have tread wives where you'll be going. You'll be someone's bitch. So yes, don't murder just because they do it on video games. So this entire thing right here is the aluminum and brass. The RF connector. And usually, when I'm streaming, if no one's really there in chat, but I barely even dented this bin, and I have a whole other bin. Are you involved, Odie? Any involvement with same or different? No, that's steel. That plate is steel. That's all brass. Hold on, were you the one? I think I came in Sean's stream the other day. He was working on home plate. Something about trying to line up some walls by the entrance door. So this one right here, I'll yank out that little bit of copper with another little. Now that's the next one back here. I'll take that out just to maximize that money. Nothing else, and maybe this one, and that wire, and then everything else that just goes in as like junk sort of thing. I have a whole bin that I got in somewhere. And that bin's still heavy. Same. Oh man, whatever your preferences. I have no idea if you're. Well, no, you're female. So if you have a female significant or a male significant, don't bother me. I don't fucking care. You do you. Or actually, you have them do you, and it'll be better off. However you want it done. Let me turn this down. I'm talking so loud, I'm talking over myself, and I'm picking up my ears, are picking up my own reflection of sound off the wall, that I feel like I'm way too. Let me do my own thing. How about that? Now, what happened to my box that I had? Does someone keep you enamored with their mannerisms and personality? Is what I'm asking. Because, you're on Sean's channel way more than here, so he knows more. Not that I really care, I'm just asking. Keeping small talk. So it could be same sex, or it could be opposite sex, or it could be none. Another one of these. It looks like a DVI. Yep, DVI. And I think this one is called, this band, now you're not going to be able to hear it too well. It's called Age of Dying. And you'd think it'd be a lot heavier metal, but it's not. It's like another mid-2000s alternative. So here's another one of these. I'm not going to take apart now. Now this vacuum sealer. Handful of screws on there. Another. No. What I was asking is if you have a significant other, you're on Sean's channel more because you have built that platonic degree with him in others. You know, I wasn't asking if you and him are trying to hit stuff off. No, that's all platonic. I'm asking if wherever you're at in the UK, if there's someone who appreciates you a whole lot more than other people. Are you in a relationship? Where I was going with that. Because you're just asking about, well, not really asking, was conversation was going with wife and how long we've been together and unmarried. Asking a question in reciprocity. Yeah, I mean, I love Fallout 2. That maybe I would have been wearing that shirt today. I mean, I just don't build to that degree as what you and others do. And I've said it before, I just have that kind of stuff, the way Sean and only a few other builders, the way and how they build and what you guys come up with, that stuff leaves me floored, leaves me enamored. Like, what? Wow. Never would have thought of that. That's probably because I don't build that much to really have to think about that kind of stuff. Teach with that one later. Okay. That's where I was going with that. So these are going to be gold coated, gold plated RCA ends. And I got plenty of other RCA, and I find them all the time. But wife and daughter and her boyfriend are out and about. So that just goes in as regular wire, although the amount of copper in this is so negligible. Got an appliance cable. These are easy to cut right here. Those are not. You gotta get like a knife and get in there and cut that down. Well, at least with the tools I'm working with. Yeah, I used to watch the first ones I used to watch was like old school, not old school, School Zone, and then a little bit of this is stuff I want to save and cut down. Then a Squeezy, Orange Squeezer or Squeeze, whatever it was. That one and Shazoo. I've watched Shazoo for years. Because at that time, you know, Fallout was out and the build was out, and they had all right stuff. Like, you know, I just never really got into that. I will build something, and it's just never going to be anything theatrical of what some of you guys put together. It could be. I sold myself short by saying never. And as at present, as you can tell, I'm doing other things. Really, an old iron. These ones Might be able to get all that apart. Oh, I was working on this. So I get sidetracked. I just start digging in there. I'm like, oh, let me get to that. Let me get to that. Get to that. But the amount of money for scrapping wise, if someone did this, I mean, there are plenty of people. Mike the Scavenger, Thug Print, not so much as Mike the Scavenger, but there's scrappers that go out and go find. It doesn't matter if it's sterling, pound sterling, or U.S. dollars. They're finding 300 to 500, 600 a day. Doesn't matter which one. That's still a good chunk of money. You just walk around and look in dumpsters. And I can find anywhere from 80 to, I mean, do I count that in what I sell for scrap? No, I found it scrap. $200 for the rims. All the other scrap metal I posted before. It's like it's all this one-off stuff. Old computers. Like that's a double-sided gold CPU. So this is like $70 I can sell on eBay for what it is. It's like $15 in just gold for the actual like the type of chip that it is. There's some sterling silver. I mean, this song just reminds me of Nickelback so much. But my main point of doing this and going out and about and getting stuff to sell online, it was just one thing after another. It was like I had stuff in my car. And the 4th came around, and then it was really freaking hot, so my car was down for like 4 days. I got brand new tires, brand new brakes. You see in the post, your tires are the most important thing on your vehicle. Brakes, yes. Actually, the most important thing is you. If you are not speeding and you are not taking corners recklessly, then you don't have to worry about that. But the next thing you got to worry about is making sure it stays gripped on the road and that you can stop that. So I got new brakes, new tires. The car was down for a little bit. My wife works too, right? So she's got to go to work. So she drives the other car. And then it was hot for like 6 days, and I wasn't going out on that. I'm one of those. It may be a general dehydration is what it's come down to generically, but if it's no air movement in 100 degrees, 30, 32 C plus, and real feel is 38, 40 C, if I'm standing and if there's no like real good, I'm passing out. I'm too fucking tall. I want to say really skinny, but I'll pass out. So I stayed inside. And then the next week was my birthday, and then I was going down to Board Sword. And then I went to go see my dad, and the next day I'll go back up. And I drive what is equivalently 6120, 250, so about 330 kilometers in 2 days. It's kind of tired. And then something else comes up. It's like, man, I gotta get out and about and go find some stuff. So Sean likes the fact that, that I do this, right? Yeah. Well, give me a chance to yammer on, I guess. Feel free to come back and kind of have an idea on why I wasn't really popped in at Sean's. I did a couple days ago for like 5 minutes. So I had some sound playing. As soon as I fired the computer up and hit YouTube, that was on. I was like, I'm working. But it wouldn't be me without a quoted song, right? But thanks for stopping. I'll see you over there. Cut these wires off of there. pump motor, transformer, cheap board, another motor. Got 5. Who else is in here? So if you're still here, thanks, Oldie. So this is a vacuum sealer for who's ever here listening and watching what I'm doing. That I found in a dumpster at a residential property, a house, that really, really constantly smells like pee and just gunk. Takes its part. Get the scrapables out of it, like this brass fuse, the IC chip. Then on my way back and running an errand today, get my car e-checked, emissions. Found a dumpster that had a bunch of stuff. So I was like, hey, I take free stuff and I do stuff with it. Here we are. More free money. Now I'll do the primary processing down like this, and I'll do everything. I'll fine tune it some other day. Like this transformer, I'll cut the wire off, and that just gets sold as transformer. The plate, I mean, I got like 30 cents a pound, 25, whatever it is, 25 cents a pound for good transformers. I don't know either way, it's free. Same thing with this, except for I'd have to look at it, see on how I want to do it. Yeah. Process that one down later on. Oh. Drifty. I was about to call you Tricky Dick. Transversing words. I am 48. Just turned 48 last week. Been selling for a long time. And 5 years ago, I went to physical media. It is my full-time income minus scrap, which isn't much. I just do scrap as hobby. Maybe because of where I live, you have to refer to other videos to really get more of an idea why. And assuming you're in the U.S., so I'm a 100K seller. So last year was 108,000 or whatever it was, 100, whatever it was, 106. And I have that amount, that type of work of what I do narrowed down to such a point where I got time to where I can go. I mean, yeah, granted, today I should have really gone out, but I don't want all this stuff to stick around. A lot of this is just food. Real small apartment here. So I sell physical media. There's all kinds of other burst sellers out there, depending what you like. I know of some that I can refer you to, either Facebook or YouTube. I know of clothing sellers. I know of all kinds of everything else sellers. Knickknacks and collectibles. I know all different kinds of sellers. But I sell physical media, but I sold all kinds of stuff, mainly smalls. Anything under a pound for many, many years. Oh, okay, well, stick around. So, hold on a minute. To answer your question, Trick, no, and I'll get back to that. So you're doing things, that's funny. So if you're doing something with your hands, and if it's work, it's actually a hand job. No, it's not, Trick. In some of my videos, so the way on how I do YouTube, basically, it's like, it's not really instructional. I'm not going to make a very, very topic specific video. Very rarely, maybe. But it's not going to be a free shipping versus non free shipping. Oh, promoted is costing me millions of dollars a year. You better watch out. You better use this new eBay shipping. No, I've been at it for so fucking long. I don't care why people want to listen. I sell physical media, and I don't have my social. I don't have the YouTube or this and Facebook or theatrics. I recognize and I acknowledge the fact that I'll make a little bit of money here and there, but I'm not in it for theatrics. I'm not in it for drama. I've been selling for a long time. I can tell you some basics. And there's some videos that you can look on my channel that are going to be more informative than they would be basic. But it's the same thing. It's a what sold and why I look for what I source and why in a lot of cases on why I picked XYZ item because of XYZ reason. So that better be. It's not brass. It's steel. I can give like in today's what sold video, I gave a little hint or a little tip about changing the font that I do. Change the font in your eBay listings for me, and I do it every year, so I know for this reason and that reason and this reason, I know that font I used 3 years ago. Do I really want to hold on to that $9 DVD that I've had for 3 years that none of motherfuckers paying even $8 for? No, I don't want it anymore. I also use date stamps for all my photos. It's those little things that I go over in my channel. And it's just basically, I don't have the YouTube. It sounds like I got some sort of freaking STD. But yeah, I didn't get the YouTube, man. She was hot. It was a fun night, but I didn't get the YouTube. I didn't start YouTube for the basis to be like, yeah, I'm going to make a lot of money real fast talking about eBay. It's vlog. It's a daily lifestyle. It's what I do. And I also do this. It's so difficult to apprise, to put somebody up to speed in the span of like 2 minutes. I've been at this for a long time, and I want people to learn. If you watch at the end of all my videos, I say, something going up, comment down below, subscribe, share. Those are all free. They help me, help you, so we can help other people learn about selling physical media on eBay. And that's what I do. A lot of educators in my family. And if you really track it down, you'll see that I'm a ascendant at the annual boot. Yeah, the frontiersman. You got it. Whitlich. Look up the Whitlich family. So my aunt, my mom was what's known as a house call at a boarding school up here outside of Cleveland, east of Cleveland, not in a couple towns east of it. My aunt is an AP math teacher there. My other aunt worked for Akron Public Schools, so an inner city school area. She retired from that. My niece is a teacher. My mom was a cop. My sister was a cop. The same aunt who worked at the Akron schools Her husband was a chief of police. The same niece, who's a teacher, her brother is a 6'6" paramedic. I'm 6'4". He's 6'6". 6'6" paramedic. And he volunteers so much time doing stuff. Philanthropy is in the family, I guess. And I am a fan of being organic as opposed to being theatrical. I don't mind any of the channels. Like I watched one called I Found You to Flip. His name is Ramsey. I reference him every once in a while. And he likes the editing. He likes the style he does. And he's trying to get me. He's actually the one who encouraged me to get my make a Facebook thing. And it took him like a year to get me to finally make it. I was bored one of those days when it was fucking 100 degrees out. 100 degrees up here. Again, I don't know if you're in US or not, but 100 degrees or 31, 32, 33 C. The answer, no, it's not hard to stay organized. Structure. You have to stay structured in what you're doing. You get something. I'm not a fan of that file. I mean, I do have a small file going. But I already have 2 weeks, maybe at least a week plan in my head of what's going on, where I'm going, all that stuff. Am I going to be driving to 6, 7, 8 stores? Am I going an hour out to hit 8 stores and come back? Or do I have in-house stuff to do? So my days are typically like at least 5, 6 days. Each day I know I'm doing something. Sometimes they have to be rearranged. But I'm staying structured to where I know that XYZ needs done. Therefore, this also needs done in order so XYZ can happen the next day. It's keeping that structure of playing daily chess. A lot of pressure right here. Playing daily chess with tasks and chores. There are more. How about so? There are more things to organization, such as like inventory management and calling, CULL, calling to remove from the herd, remove from the masses. That I do twice a year. But to stay organized in this little ass apartment or flat, yeah, there's not a lot of room here, but I make do with moving this stuff around how it has to be. It's more of a necessity thing. If I had 2,000 square feet, 700 square kilometers, yeah, that'd be big. 700 square. I don't think it's really an old Easter egg, but these are signatures embedded on here in bows, relief of this Sidewinder could be developers. That's like a little Easter egg. That's weird. I'm sure I'm not the first one to ever take that apart, but for anyone watching who's never seen that before, that's pretty freaking cool. I've taken apart quite a bit of electronics. I've never seen that. That is interesting. I forgot where I was going. Leadership. Ah, yes. Leadership. You're a Stargate fan, you know what I mean. Okay. So if you like tacky jokes, a little bit of pop culture, a little bit of references like that, and bad singing every once in a while, well, I sing a lot better than my wife. But I couldn't hit a note the right way, even if it was thousand foot tall ball, and I had a 5,000 foot wide bat. Not anymore. Things to say. Plano, Texas. I'm familiar with Plano. Not like I've been there or anything. I just know of Plano. And yeah, I will just ramble. So there's going to be a circuit board with all that connected right there. But it's not going to be much. Yeah, I will just, even if there's no one at all that ever comes in the street, most of the time I just talk about what I'm seeing in front of me. Because this is all electronics connections right here. So there's going to be a circuit board in there. It's not going to be a good circuit board. Actually, I can take these ones out. I can just snap it in half. But you said, or you wrote, that you started selling not too recently or not too long ago. Depending on your category, depending on your structure and your efficacy, what you do for yourself to keep yourself structured. If someone is like, yeah, I'm structured, I wake up and I drink coffee every day. That's structure. Yeah, that's true. But what are you going to do to make your time and your day more efficient? What are you going to do for you? Well, so you have to be able to do things for you that make sense for you to be more productive. The productivity itself should be efficient. Cheap ass circuit board, all that work for that, right? Not what I wanted. So all that I'll process down some other time. That's just a cheap circuit. Well, it's not that bad. But this is going to be 50 cents a pound circuit board. And these right here are $14 a pound. So I'll cut that little one out of there. Getting off topic. But if I can say something that may help you in one way or another, I've been at this a long time. Sometimes I can be a little crass, a little too straightforward with some things. Some things I'll explain a little more. This is a charger for something. I gotta get into those. Break those open. 6. Cool. But reselling wise, I managed to, throughout the years, find little, like today in my What Sold video, I mentioned about me changing fonts. That helps. And that's the first time in a year and a half of having that YouTube that I ever having. So I got the YouTube and having too much of one night. Not one night. No, I got the YouTube STD. This is going to have pump. That's exactly why I closed my eyes. I mean, I have some safety glasses. Pretty fucking pimp, too. Got a little side guards on them. Some nice Z87, old school. Looks like I'm in like welding class in 1954. Where are your glasses, kids? Get off my lawn! Yeah, if I don't have them on, I close my eyes when I do that. All right, I'm not going to worry about that little pump. But depending on your category, if you sell clothes, it's going to take more room. It's going to take it. I don't know. I don't sell clothes to really understand, but I do know that clothes are going to take up room quite a bit. And I'm not going to, but there's all different types of things. You will need to be organized. Books. All I do, I move rectangles for a living. I sell books, CDs, DVDs, and other disc media. Some good audio equipment, like this thing here I just found in the trash. That's gonna sell. They sell parts not working for $200. And in this live stream, I took this off, and I got a picture of the electronics. Now I'll screen cap those when I need to when I go to list this. But that's $200. Parts not working. Out in the trash, right? Some oddball things, some eyeglasses and frames. But if you look at any of my what's sold or sourcing videos, you see boxes lined up on shelves. That's disc media, that's 90% of my disc media on those 2 shelving units. And that's 3,000 listings. Physical media, if you're still here. Physical media. It's everywhere. It's cheap. It's easy to work with. And it sells fast. Reminds me of your mom. So that's why I settled on it. And it is 100% everything I just said. It is everywhere. Tell me a place when you shop to get your goods that you sell. Tell me that they don't have physical media in there. You're probably going to be 5% of stores won't have a lick of physical media. All others will. Tell me how much you think a CD would cost in one of these stores. A DVD, a cassette tape, the VHS otherwise. You see my point? How much are envelopes to ship this stuff at? Well, I get envelopes the size I need for 10 cents a piece because I live down the street from Supply Hut. Not down the street, they're like a half an hour from me, but so I get them cheap that way. Well, why do that? Well, because it's cheap shipping supplies. I don't need to do the new shipping circumvention is what I call it. Is what you're doing. You're circumventing because anything over a pound, 1 pound to 2 pounds is like it costs more than to ship it 2 pounds, whatever that is. You don't need to worry about that with media mail because it's going to go media mail rate, which went down in price. It was $4.47, now it's $4.39 for the first pound. So it's like, why, of all the years of stuff I've sold, and these are that's a lot of play on that. But there's somebody who wants. I'm not going to sell something that nasty, that dirty. But I'll take that apart and get the circuit board out of it. I got another one, but there is a Sega Master System controller in one of these bins. But it's just years of experience. And then I started getting into physical media. I'm like, holy shit, man. And then I started to make better sourcing routes to where I can expand because of the amount of time it takes to scan physical media after you get a little used to genres and topics and niches and esoteric stuff and all that. As soon as you get used to that, I can look at 1,000 CDs, 500 DVDs, and a couple hundred books and be out of that store within an hour. Just by knowing what I need to grab to scan, nothing comes up, I'm going to hand fight it, and then I'm done. Next. And I come back on a sourcing trip with $1,500 to $3,000 worth of stuff. And what I spend, $1.19 average per item. I drive a Ford Fiesta, so how much would that cost me in gas? Not much. So I do things. I see the comment there. I do things a little different than a lot of other. Um, I'm not living a glorious, a glamorous, really, really rich life by any means. But I am not spending 60 hours a week. If I want to make more money, I know exactly how. I go ahead at some fucking stores. Go ahead, 6, 7, 8 stores. Come back, get that stuff listed. 3 or 4 days later, some of that's selling. A couple more days later, I get my payout. I control how much I make. I'm concentrating right now. Sorry. So I am a little more too straightforward than others. There are a lot of resellers out there that are definitely compendiums of information, and there are some that are in it for the grit, and there are some that are brand new and are truly out there wanting to learn little things here and there. I am not that repository. I have a lot of little things I can tell you about how you implement them. You know, it reminds me a long time ago, my dad used to say there was a difference between a teacher and a talker. I am a teacher. You have to pick what you want to hear. I will give you information as long as I know the right answer. Or I'll say, yeah, assumption or something along those lines. But there's a difference between a teacher and a talker. A lot of resellers on the socials are talkers. Clickbait. Nothing against it. Not a damn thing at all. Do what you got to do for that almighty dollar. But when people start coming back at you and barking at you because you encouraged them, Mr. Influencer, don't be surprised when you got to defend yourself when you're getting pissed off at somebody you pissed off because you just want. I'm a little different than the average bear. Oh, comment, yeah. Bye, Odie. I saw it there. I don't know if you've already done left, but. So, Tricky, if I remember right, I did not want to do that with that. I can rest it up later. If you like Fallout 4 and the building aspects and 76 and stuff like that, Odie comes from a community of builders. The one on where I know her from is from someone by the name of the channel is called Finding Motor. I'll reference him every once in a while. Finding Motor, like X-Files Finding Motor. And she just hasn't been over. She come by and say hi today. So I hope I'm not scaring you away on how straightforward I could be. Because there's just a lot of not construed properly, and then kind of opine, give an opinion about something that may or may not be correct. Case in point would be when eBay changed like the promoted thing. Everyone said, no, if you promote, every single one of your sales is going to be charged promoted. And there's people who still believe that. And it's 100% false. I really don't need a memory card reader. But one of these longer extensions would be great. So this is one you just do this one. So this is a gold connector end. Little tantalins on there. The little IC. That's a gold connector on both sides. It's about 30 cents right there. Oh, I didn't see that part. So a couple of things on how I know how much they're worth. I don't even remember what I was even tearing apart to even know that. So there's a company in Alliance. A company in Alliance, Ohio. So south of here, about an hour and a half from where I'm at. I'm up in Menor, Ohio, east of Cleveland. So there's a company called Board Sort or boardsort.com. And they give updated more frequently than other places, but they give updated prices of what they buy certain boards and chips and components. So this is from a TV. It's a basic board. These are all little transformers. This is all little wire. I can cut that off there. I'm just not going to bother. I can cut the copper off of this, which I probably could. Just cut that off. But this stuff here, these are 50 cents a pound. These kinds of boards. Even these kinds of boards are 50 cents a pound. You can take these transformers out and try to get a little bit of copper out of them, but you're going to lose the weight. I mean, it's just, ultimately, it's up to you. I broke open like 50 transformers one time. I'm like, no, I'm not. I got some out of that are like a pound that I'm just not even going to bother with because there's just the amount of copper recovery. Let me give you an example of a good copper recovery of my absolute inexperience of how little I've been doing this. Since you asked, I'll show you some differences. So if this is something you want to get into, you can go to other channels that can teach you more. All right, so this right there, you can probably see that copper on that, and that copper is taped up on the top. So that's good copper wire. It's a number 2 copper wire. You can see the copper on this, and this is you can see on how this is really thin. You cut that open, and you get that copper out, you get that out. This right here, you can see on how that's taped up, and that's pretty thin in there. I don't know how well you can see it, but that's taped up and kind of thin. The copper recovery for this, maybe a pound, you might get 1 ounce of copper, which is going to get you about 30 cents. This right here will get you about 10 cents. So you could spend 20 minutes breaking this open to get another 10 cents. This, you could spend your time breaking, and this is like 5, 6, I mean, it's probably more than that. It's got some weight to it. Not quite a gallon of milk. It's got some weight. But this copper right here, you're going to get maybe $3, $4 of copper out of this. These ones I'll keep. Those little ones, no. Another example. We like this little bit right here. That'll just get tossed in with motors. That amount of copper recovery for the time required to get that, no. Because inside, you really can't see it, but there's a piece of steel that goes through this little spool to where you just can't punch that out. Yeah, that's worth the copper recovery. That copper, it's not going to be that difficult to get to. That's all copper. This stuff here, no. I mean, you could sawzall and you can cut all this all the way around and try to get that nice shiny copper out of there. But to me, no. This is an easy tear down. This, to tear all this down is what I'm doing over here is still micro scrapping, but this is like micro if you wanted to get all the copper out of that. So boardsort.com. gives you prices on the electronics and the circuit boards. And scrap you like this one right here. I'll cut this wire right off, and I'll just sell this just as a 20 cents a pound. I don't know what happened there. Sometimes they'll do that. The trusty interwebs. So like these cords right here. So these are gold connector ends. Basically anything, almost anything. If it's like an auxiliary or a headphone jack, if it's anything but a silver color or like an aluminum color or a steel color, if it's kind of brassy color or gold color, that will go as a gold connector end. These on here, you see those pins? They're that gold color. That's a gold connector end. And at board sort, you cut it right here. And you just sell them the whole connector end. For $3 something a pound. $3.10 a pound. Or you can keep it on and throw it in as your cords and get $1 a pound for the cords, for the wires, insulated wire. You're already here putzing around with this thing. You might as well just cut it off and do your best worrying about it. If you're not old enough for that reference, it's all right. Off with his head. But these are VGA mouse, keyboard, all-in-one cables. I wish that computer was around. Because if the computer was around that had this, it would have been a $100 CPU. And this is only bin number 1. I've got bin number 2 out there yet. So if I'm a little too up front, I'll tell you one thing, I would love to have all kinds of extra money from YouTube and Facebook, from the popularity of my channel and page and stuff. I'll let things grow organically. If this was a Sega, if this is not, if this was a Sega Dreamcast RCA adapter thing, that would be $300. Go on, look up those Sega Dreamcast RCA adapter things. Stay privy in this line of industry. I mean, video games, not so much, because I don't do a lot of video games. I do sell video games, not a lot though. There are some just the RCA connector. But if you want to, I don't know. I mean, I don't know your aspirations for selling or what you sell. If you want to get it from a different person who, I mean, I do have a filter, but my filter isn't going to be filled with frazzle. No. How am I trying to say this? I don't know how I want to say what I want to say. I'm in it to help people, not to pontificate. I gotta tell you one, there's very, very few people on this planet who don't need money. A lot of new resellers out there. So this could be brass and steel. A lot of people are new to reselling. A lot of people get into clothes and then they'll stop reselling because clothing is like a 40% return rate. Don't let that scare you from selling clothing. But clothing is just so many returns. Physical media, no. Look at this fucking rat's nest. But board sort and then your local scrapyard will tell you what the metals are worth. So I cracked these open before I go to board sort, like I just did last week. I cracked open like 50 of different bricks, and you get the plastic off, and then you get 50 cents a pound for the boards. I'm not gonna try that here. Oh, it's pretty light. Oh well, I was going to show you, but you'd have to refer to a live I did like a week ago. But a lot of these, after I get them out, if I can't take these out, I'll just put it in the vise, get that brass out. And brass up here at the scrapyard is $2.10 a pound. Clean, dirty. Clean just means there's no other metal on the brass or on the metal. As meaning it's brass that doesn't have a piece of steel on it. That would be dirty. There's red brass, which is typically like heavier plumbing brass. There's a typical yellow brass like this stuff, and then white brass. And most yellow brass is white brass, just with a little more copper in it. And then dirty brass, which has a contamination of another metal on it. And up here at this scrapyard, don't matter. Brass is brass. So this is $2.10 a pound. The brass. So I put the brass off of these, and I double the value of just that little bit. And then my brass container is like 70 pounds. Where'd that be at? 30 kilo, 260, yeah, 30 kilo. Again, I don't know if you're in the U.S. or not. And then if that's the case, and I got to change from U.S. dollars to whatever country you're in and try to understand the conversion and all that stuff. But it's not that bad price per the unit that you're being paid for. Unit of measurement. Most people want that brass. Give me that brass. Sometimes bad dad jokes too. Like I said, I'm a little different than the average bear. If you're even still here. I want people to know that there's things that you can do on eBay that are a lot easier than things that a lot of other people are doing. I can tell you, small electronics, if you do small electronics, awesome category. There's all kinds of oddball things out there. Cameras, calculators, cassette players, CD players, portable stuff, cordless phones. There's all kinds of little good electronics out there. Just remember, somebody somewhere is going to want to swap a root. Like, oh, I got this thing that's brand new, and I want to return it because it doesn't work. And they return you a couple bricks. Not saying that happens all the time, but there are I had a lot of returns on electronics. It's like, man, I got to find something else. So 5 years ago, I got into physical media. The one category I almost exclusively never sold it. In learning that and genres, and made it to where now I can spend my free time digging in the trash, getting free stuff. $200 parts not working car equalizer by Nakamichi. I just sold some aluminum rims for Harley Davidson. Strangely enough, Oldie was here for that, but the guy who bought my rims that I found in the dumpster across the street, my brother does work for him quite frequently enough to where when the guy came up here to buy the rims, from me that I got in the dumpster across the street, which I wouldn't have gotten that if I didn't get into scrapping, which I got into scrapping a little bit around COVID. And COVID happened, and I ended up moving someplace up here shortly after that because I couldn't get the job that I signed up for with the same company in a whole completely different state. But anyhow, I find these rims, I put it on Marketplace, and I put it on eBay. The guy drives up here, says he's an hour and a half from here. I was like, where are you from? And he's like, Worcester. I said, hey, my brother has an electrical shop down there in Worcester. What's your brother's name? I say the first three letters of my brother's shop. And he's like, oh, yeah, I know Mark. The fucking odds. The odds. If it wasn't for COVID, I wouldn't have gotten into scrapping. My job would have taken me elsewhere toward the Pittsburgh area. I don't want to be doing now. But ultimately, there'd be no way that interaction between that guy and myself would have ever happened if COVID didn't happen. Or we can go all the way down to if I wouldn't have answered the phone 21 years ago, the day I met my wife, who I'm, wife now, this conversation wouldn't be happening. But the point is, this is really weird. But I got $200 for those rims I found in the fucking dumpster. I sold a remote control for $143 for like a sunroof or something for a house. A sunroof, a skylight. It was the only one in used condition listed. Brand new, they're like $230. Used, they sell for like $100. I listed mine in worse condition than any other of the other ones that I'd sold, and I sold it $143 because mine was the only used one for that price range. That's how I eBay. I love one-off stuff. Sometimes it takes a while to sell, sometimes not. All right, not quite down. Down, doobie, down, 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 comma, down, doobie, down, 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 comma. Breaking up is hard to do. They say that breaking up. Yeah, every once in a while, I'll burst out in song. Very poorly. But it keeps that spirit alive. Make me lose control, baby, baby. When I look in your eyes, I go crazy. Eric Carmen. Turn the radio up for that sweet sound. Hold me close, never let me go. Keep that spirit alive. Uh-oh. I see a long comment here. What a great motor in that. My grandfather left me plenty of DVDs, CDs. Okay, so you are at the right channel for that. I mean, there are other people a lot more aficionado than I am. There's so many other things, even those 8-tracks and cassettes. Indeed, I have 8-tracks and cassettes. I would implore you to look at I Found You to Flip. As a matter of fact, just I Found You to Flip on YouTube. Yeah, look at I Found You to Flip. He does 8-tracks and vinyl and stuff. I can give you a consensus, a rundown. Get a couple pictures, test your cassettes. I test my cassettes. You can look at some of my YouTube posts. I mean, I have a Nakamichi amp, a dented 5-disc player. The music that's playing right now are on some MK Miller Kressler, like $1,000 speakers. They're monitors. They're not even speakers. They're speaker monitors. $1,000, and I paid $500 or $50 for those at a estate sale. You have to look at some of my posts. But I test this. I don't test the 8-tracks, but he tests all that stuff. He's a good guy. But how you want to go about getting pictures, you can look on my eBay store and look on how I get the picture. I get 2 or 3 pictures of the cassette. I get it like this. The case here. This is going to be backwards for you. But case here, cassette here. And then on the other one, I'll flip the case over, no matter which way you're looking at it. And then I'll flip the cassette over and I'll have the back of the case like this. So you're looking at it this way, and then the cassette is laying on here on the opposite side of what was just showing, so you can see the pad, the contact pad, and the ribbon in that second picture. I don't need 14 fucking pictures to show you two sides of a cassette. No one does. I love looking at these listings, and there's 21 pictures of a cassette that's $12. You wasted more time getting those pictures and editing them and rotating them. That kind of stuff, I'm more than happy to tell people about. I was like, you don't have to do so much fucking work. You don't. You really don't. You want to save money on shipping? Do it all MediaMail, but show it in your actual eBay that you're sending it out Ground Advantage. I do that. Every person who buys my stuff sees that their item is going to be shipped out Ground Advantage, but it gets shipped out MediaMail because I ship that day. I'm the top rated seller plus. I ship that day. My last thing that gets packaged is 11:30 maybe. So the buyer is going to see that it's going to show up within 3 to 6 days. And if you get it out that day, I mean, if you live in Puerto Rico, no, don't do that. Because somebody orders it in Hawaii, that's a long travel. I live in Ohio. Not exactly the most ideal location to have shipping be about equal in any distance, but maybe once a year, I'll get a late game for something that went to Hawaii. Get stuff out every day. On time, every day. Get top-rated sellers as quick as you can, because you get a 10%. You have to offer free returns. This is on you. Do free shipping, because if you have to do a return, you can't deduct what they pay for shipping and what they pay for shipping back. All that is automatically to the buyer. If you do free shipping, you could deduct up to 50% of the totality of the entire thing. So people who charge $10 for an item and charge $20 for shipping, if you see where my math is going right now, you may have made that $10. You may have made $10 on shipping because it cost you $10. But when you have to do a refund, they're getting all $20 back, plus the $10 is being deducted out of either however they ship it back or because of your shipping policy that you have. So now you're negative $20 for something that was $10. Are you going to make that back on a $10 item? Nope. But if you have free shipping, you don't have to worry about that as much, because you can deduct up to 50% of the entire price. And when you charge shipping, when you go to do a refund and you got charged a final value fee on the actual shipping as well, you don't get a credit back. But if you do pre-shipping, you get your promoted credit back for that total amount. There's all kinds of little idiosyncrasies and little maths, and plural, multiple math with an S. That it's always, oh man, this is a hot take. It's gonna piss people. No, just sit down and do the math. Not you, but whomever else. Dude, why are you complaining about it? Just sit down and do the math yourself. You'll see it pans out. I don't see why this XYZ topic has to be an XYZ topic for all the freaking time when that is what I call theatrics. Everybody coming up with the free shipping, not free shipping video all the time. You're beating a fucking horse that's been dead for 30 years, man. Same reason why there's different religions. Not the same thing as for everyone. Oh. Yeah. I've only got like 20 people who follow me on Facebook, 23 or something. But yeah, now at least you get like a live look and a live take. And you look at some of my Facebook posts and you're like, that guy seems a little too punchy with what he's trying to convey. Now you see why. I'm way too passive, but either way. I don't live a luxurious life. You know, I drive a Ford Fiesta and a 24-year-old Ford Escape, 900 square foot apartment, but I'm not in a 9 to 5. I leave and do what I want to do. I just know that my sale, like this week, my payout is going to be enough where I'm not going to bitch as much. It's still not where it should be, but it's not as low as it has been. And then there's those resellers that do nothing but just want to start drama. And I will leave every reseller's name out of it, but I can tell you a handful that are just there for the drama, just there for the bullshit, just there to rustle some feathers. Russell. Piss some chickens off. That's what I mean. For me, they're there to get. I'm going to leave the cock jokes out of it. Because a your mom joke would follow. But speaking of chickens, my wife named a turkey. So we went up for a menor, and the turkey was wanting to cross the road up here. She called it like Gerald or something. And the turkey crossed the road. Got to cross the road. And these turkeys up here, you know, they're 30-pound turkeys. Cross the road. And that's one thing that the turkey did better than the chicken. That's all I got on that joke. Yeah, now you're going to have me wondering on, because your YouTube name is different than your Facebook. I'm going to, Plano, Texas. East Texas, Thrifter. If we're still here. Dinner. Not 6 o'clock dinner, I guess. East Texas Thrifter's got to be in his 50s. No, 38, I think. Or that was, well, either way. The East Texas Thrifter, I think. There's another Texas media seller I can direct you to as well. He just put a video out today on YouTube. Small time bookseller. His name is John. His son loves the Cleveland Browns. So many years ago, I started watching John. I think he still uses the room that his son used, and it was all painted in like the Jim Brown, the old Cleveland Browns. And I believe he was up in this Cleveland area a couple years ago. And I've only met one YouTuber. Actually, What the Hales, I don't know if you know the YouTube channel What the Hales, but he lives down in Peninsula, which isn't too far, just outside of Akron, Colorado Falls. And there's another one, Soho Boho. Her name is Amy. She lives a couple streets from where my sister lives. She's born and raised 2 streets over from here. And she also knows my brother, which is weird. And so my brother lives down by the Goodyear Blunt Hanger. So you'd have to look at my YouTube to see a video of that. Small world. But I got a feeling you are the East Texas. Thrifter or Flipper, whichever. Down to 3. All right, I will never know now. But if you are still here and you're lurking, usually I will go live once, maybe twice a week, taking stuff apart, depending what it is. if I got a whole bunch on Saturday, like 3 bins full or a whole bunch of stuff from going on my local route that only takes like 2 hours. That's a gold connector end. So I'll just go gold connector end with that wire. Sure, I have a pad more on it, but it will. Those are usually steel. Yeah, John, and then there's another bookseller who's out in, I want to say Alabama. He doesn't live too far from some NASA something out there. And I'm not too far. Well, the John Glenn Space Center is the other side of town, but it's like 35, 40 minutes from here. The NASA part up here, it's out by Berea, by the airport. But he finds a lot of NASA stuff. And that is Curator of the Lost. Is that channel? Shane. So I went through one of these bins in 2 hours. I mean, it talks a little. Had to take a couple things apart. Realistic. So this is an old Radio Shack power supply that has that. This I will look up. I've been looking at the brands as I've been going through them. But old Radio Shack stuff, if it's 20 bucks, easily $20 or more for that transformer, I'll list it. If it's under 20 bucks and one sells a year, I cut the cord, get the brass out of it, and that's it. So sometimes steel. Oh, no, that was brass. That's steel. So this sort of, when I go to do circuit boards, I'll take this toroid off right here. I may not, because that really doesn't have a lot of copper on it. And this one right here is so small. That's what she said. All right, a couple more. Got a remote control for a, don't know. I'd like to see these and get an idea on the expiry that's on this. 2010. So batteries, for the most part, alkaline batteries, maybe Den, but they're good for like 8 years, 10 years on regular use. Like, not really use a whole lot. So they were rated for like 10 years, we'll say. Batteries have been in this thing for how fucking long? And they're not burst and beat up. So another telephone wire. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I was going to get quiet because there's an extra track like 2 minutes after this. And then, strangely enough, the next CD after that has a hidden track at the end, too. How that happened? How that happens, I don't know. Managed to get 2 CDs with hidden tracks. It's like Green Day. I went to your house and nobody was looking. I was all by myself. I was all by myself. I went into your bedroom. I was thinking of you because I was all by myself. So if you put Green Day Dookie in the CD player and you hit, and it starts on 1, and you hit the back button twice, it'll take you to the hidden track. There's a cashew. Okay. I mean, it's not a regular extension cord. It's just a lamp extension cord thingy. Not anymore. With plastic on that, and with a steel, or brass. No, it's like copper. It is. And this little brass, since these are bendable down, I'll toss this part right here in with the aluminum. But these are brass. Well, let's see. The aluminum. Copper. Copper. There's a brass. Wire, get this little bit of brass ends right there. Brass. All right, this is on a tension spring. Last thing I want is to have one less eye by the time I'm done with this. More right there. Come on, Bobby, let's go potty. Random sing song. So that's going to be steel. copper on that. Still have both eyes. And no, that wasn't my stomach. I lived by a couple train tracks. Well, obviously, by a few train tracks. Choo choo. And I even highlight it sometimes in today's video. I did in my what's old video. And when I'm out and about, out in the dumpsters, and past couple times I went, there were trains right there. Oh yeah, that's one of those. Yeah. The hidden track's gonna turn on in a minute. All right. Smells like someone's doing laundry though. Finger licking good. There it is. All right, bin number 1. Done. I gotta take it apart to get that out of there. All right, that can go there. This little chunk of aluminum. Save that. There's bin 1. I guess that's all we got from that. There we go. So that's 2 hours. What I get? Probably 20 bucks in that. Junk. It's probably 30 bucks. I don't know exactly. You'd almost think that this is better than that. I think this might be. I think I put in a compilation. Brass. Oh, transistor radio. Aluminum. Solid aluminum. A little bit right there to keep that on, but maybe not. That might be heavy. It might be brass. I'll put it in with brass. It smells dirty. All the chat? Yeah, pretty much. All right. That was a bit of talking. They're gonna be a ferrite. Yep, straight up. So, some socket screws, socket bolts down here I need to get to. But what is on this are different resistors and just a little bit of wire. But that's metal. Deal with that another day. Wow. The crew's back.
So I went to roll up the back passenger side window.
You try like 4, 5, 8 times.
Yes, a bunch of times. I unlocked it, relocked it just to see if maybe, turned off the car,
Yeah,
turned it
that's
back
it
on.
sometimes.
Yeah, so it's stuck right now in the down position.
Ooh.
I just figured I'd let you know.
What about transparent?
political ad that came in the mail for John Husted. What I think of that.
As Green Day says, wake me up when November ends.
Yeah. So, stopped at Drug Mart, and my total came to 47 even. And I was like, wow, came to.
Sega Master System controller. That one I'll keep.
I said, wow, 47 on the dot? And I was like, and the cashier went, and never again. And I was like, and that's what I'm saying too. Like,
oh, I thought you were going with because of how old I was.
no, no, 47.
Oh.
Never again. And I don't think she expected that I would catch that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we gotta sing like, Three Doors Down. We're gonna sing in Crips and phrases.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have to take it because we're sick and we need some ginger ale. Was that the band I said?
I don't know.
Kryptonite?
I mean, that is Three Doors Down, but I don't.
Yeah. You think sick like ginger
Oh.
ale?
That was Eve 6.
Eve 6, okay.
Yeah, at least it could have worked.
At least I get my genre right.
Yeah.
A VTech mouse. VTech, that's just
Everything just too old for you.
what? What do you mean?
You said that's just too old, right?
Oh no, it's too old and too dirty. This
Oh.
VTech mouse. I mean that Sega Master System controller, yeah, I'll keep that, and if it's $20-$30, I'll clean it up and list it, but
I was gonna say it.
because there's not as many Sega Master Systems out there as there are NES and Ataris.
I was just thinking, you know, at your young age of 48, you were like, I need better system stuff. So we went down to Chagrin River Walk for a little while. And
Did they walk?
yeah, went down by the river and picked up some seashells. And he was picking up sea glass. And then I told
That's
Ashley,
a Chagrin down off 306?
yeah, there's like a little beachy area down there on the deposits.
Huh.
So tons of little seashells and
So in these surge strips, obviously we're going to have the copper wire. And then where all these plugs would go, it's going to be brass. So instead of just being wire, take these apart and get the brass strips out of them. And better yet, when you find these and they're encased in aluminum. Well, that works just as well. There you go.
One other really good all flat pan, one of the big ones. I just used it the other night.
I don't know.
Yeah, I have two of them.
Is it in the dishwasher?
No. No, don't in the dishwasher.
Is the other one?
It's probably buried under this one that's in here.
I'll go to this. Stainless?
No.
No, I'm talking about. Talk about stuff I got.
You don't go here.
Yeah. You're already fucking eavesdropping on my shit, man.
I'm just trying to cook some dinner. Yes, I'll just be doing it in this. I don't understand what.
Things like this is computer stuff. These little parallel connectors right here. This cord right here, just in scrap, is probably $3. With these connector ends, probably $1.50. Maybe less. Maybe. I'm guessing 8 ounces would be quite a bit. When we say it's probably $2. But for connector ends, that's a big connector end.
Found it.
Goes outside with the critters.
Yeah.
Is it all clad that paid a couple dollars for?
Not even all flat. It's chocolate.
Oh, okay, well.
But still. It's a good pain. I don't put that one in the dishwasher. I just let you put it outside. No, it's just the look on my face was like, before I had all the dishes done. Should have known. Got some.
What are you making?
Garlic honey chicken with rice.
Wasn't there any more from that stuff from last night?
Yeah, there was.
I mean, like how much?
Like a whole bowl full.
A bowl that I ate? Like, that's all, everything from last night? Huh?
Yeah. My other
Oh, you're just gonna make one box of rice?
Not one box. I'm just making brown rice from this big box that I have. But you just measure it out. It's not like this isn't one where you make the whole entire box. You just make it 2 cups at a time, which that will be probably the rest of that box.
Me too. I'm gonna make a loud thingy.
No.
Ready?
Uh-huh. Oh no. Did you hurt anybody?
No.
That's the important part.
You also got.
Find my garlic.
Find the what?
Garlic. I have fresh garlic. That's why I have garlic press and these some
Did you get it off the table? I mean, it was on the table for a little while.
yeah, probably because
I see onions.
yeah,
They were right there, but I don't see any garlic.
it's in like a netted bag.
Then no, I gotta be right here. How'd you like that banging I did?
It was brief, but wow.
No. You want to say your neighbors would disagree?
Sure, there's a light on those. Probably not the one that I think you're looking. I found the rest of the open thing with the creamy peanut butter. Did you eat all the crunchy peanut butter?
No.
I know I'll find it. After I make dinner.
What?
I said, I know when I'll find it.
The garlic?
Yeah. After I make dinner, I make something else entirely. Oh yeah. And these are junk. Because she's tried every single one of them.
What are they?
They're like
Flavor packets?
no. No, they're like little crunchy puffs made by Weight Watchers. We got them at that Date store. I tried them in my yogurt. I agree, they're crap.
It's a grass. That'll go in number 2. What are they? Like featured, like inshore powder?
No, they're not anything for drinks. They're like rice cakes, but they're flavorless. They taste like cardboard.
Right down my alley.
Yeah, it is. You can have them all. She said they're junk.
I paid for them.
Yeah, sure. Is that something your parents always used to do? Is remind you that they were the ones who paid for the thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
You eat what's in front of you. Because I paid for it. Don't be making all kinds of other. That's what Mom would say.
Oh.
I mean, not quite that degree.
gonna
But
say,
that's sternness.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you sure about this?
4 kids defeating the AIDS. And that trickle down economics worked.
Yeah, sure. Well, back then it was better than it is now.
No cell phones?
Yeah.
They're just about certain. That's basic. Salt for the garlic?
Yeah.
They could have grown some by now.
Do you understand how farming works? I mean, it's not really quite that quick. I haven't been looking that long.
I know, I remember you used it one time and I said, hey, it said something about the amount of garlic you use or something. Like, it's kind of garlicky, and you're like, yeah, I got a whole bag, and then a couple days later, you got the press.
Yep. And the Dracula thing in the. She's like Dracula. Which is kind of an oddball thing to do. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to make something else. Because that was like one of the main ingredients to the thing I was making. Hence the name. Honey garlic. So first we make chicken sugar. Hopefully, I have enough.
Bye.
Oh. Yeah.
No one to go. Party. Still flat on this. I got this. This one should go well.
Yeah.
You're picking the food.
Yeah. Eventually. Oh, it doesn't seem to be working in my favor. Oh. Hey.
Behind you, booby.
I know. I could feel it back there. Oh yeah, here's the brand new thing. The creamy pizza. butter bean roller.
Steel.
Decided to make something else, and I found it. Cool. I don't really want to make it.
You have garlic on your mind.
Well, I had my mind set on making this all day. Actually, since yesterday, pretty much.
Huh?
What is this you're listening to?
I think it's a band Anagram. CD I've had for I don't know, a little while. Remember how I got it, but
I have it.
I have it. Motor. Why, do you feel like you're in a coffee house in 2005?
No.
Okay.
Like you?
Kind of.
I mean, I suppose. Now that you put it that way.
Talks you into it.
You should know. I'm too tired to not be talked into it. It's like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got this LED strip down here. I've had down here for a couple weeks. And you get to tell Asher that it's done.
The one thing she wanted to do today was the only thing we didn't do.
global thermonuclear war.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's Matthew Broderick.
Ah.
You know what that's from?
War games?
Oh. Swing.
I don't know if maybe the hint was war in the statement you made. It's just a lucky guess, I guess.
Almost. Yeah, there's that Sony recorder. Worst I can do is list it, see if people buy it for $20 for parts, but it doesn't work. I don't know, I'll try. I'll look. Get this wet, so that's left. Sounds like it's on the 5th CD.
Hey, boy.
No.
Oh,
It's like a bad 80s movie in here. more things.
Where's money?
One little bit of copper I got.
Ooh.
All
I
of
get
that.
rich off of that.
Going to Key Largo.
What?
Key Largo.
Oh, why?
Because it's the place to go.
I thought you said Maui.
Somewhere like water. And water.
Just water.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't care if people are there or not.
yeah, me either. Better off if they're not, but no. Go to Valley, and it's like an island, middle of freaking nowhere.
Oh. You missed that one. Couple batteries and that's it. So I texted Mark, after I got back in from some of those rims.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, if somebody talks to you about buying motorcycle rims, this text will make sense. So he made me think it's like maybe he just, I had no idea, hasn't responded. He's probably like, maybe I was meant for someone else. Until sometime that guy is like, hey Mark, your brother's pretty fucking tall. And then Mark would be like, what? Hold on. Did you buy motorcycle rims? And how the fuck did you end up talking to Derek to get motorcycle rims?
I don't know that would be Mark's thinking at all. But I don't think Mark really puts.
Now it's getting the most piece of junk. Everybody. Wing Chun. For the most part. Are you shaking your hips to Wing Chun?
No,
You did one hip movement. And,
I was just adjusting to what was standing.
oh, I thought that was your attempt at dancing.
No. You. I'm not for any of
Here
that.
comes Draken with something. She had something.
Another present because I was gone all fucking day again.
Oh, she dropped it right in the hallway.
She's like, wait, I heard her voice. Yes. I'm here. I'm making dinner. Kind of. Just making food. Not exactly yet.
No, I still have this TV. Want to have a TV date?
Sure. Whose head is going to be in the way?
It's pretty filthy. It's good for old circuitry.
I mean, that would be awesome though if you were, just a little kid and you were.
Walking around with 18 pounds of batteries?
No, you just keep it in your room, but you would hide it because TV was from the devil.
Oh.
That's where the devil would transmit his messages. I don't know if you knew that.
Everything's a devil to you, mama. Come on, you know that one.
Yep.
Is that Waterboy? No? Was that Waterboy?
I think it might be. Yeah.
That girl's the devil. Everything's a devil to you, mama.
Yeah, that was Waterboy. aka non-Emmy award-winning Forrest Gump.
Yeah, that's one way I think about it. Except for Bobby Boucher was just a water boy. Forrest Gump was so much more.
Oh yeah.
He was a war hero.
Yeah.
He was a business owner. He was a football star.
Yeah.
The one thing he was Jenny's go-to when it was convenient for her.
Yeah. You know, he might not have been a smart man.
But he knew what love is. He knows what love is. I may not be a smart man, Benny. Well, I know what love is. You know what? I think I'm going to start doing that a little more in public and see who catches it.
What, that you're impersonating
Yeah,
Forrest
I
Gump?
mean, yeah, exactly. But it has to be something from Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Like, I might not know what money is. I may not be a smart man, but I know what money is. And just seeing how many people catch that.
Or how many people actually start talking to you like you may be slow. Like, because they don't realize that it's from a movie.
I'm about to touch a booty. Yeah. Check that. I'm gonna put another day. I mean, it's a basic board in here. Yeah, basic. Yep. besides that other bin that I have out there that's wire. This one is just full from stuff there.
Where do you take that to?
That's all right on the house. I mean, everything else is all going to be stuff.
Yeah.
When? You say when or where?
Where?
Yeah, stretcher.
Oh, okay.
So this bin and that bin. So instead of doing in there with $30 of wire, I'm running with 80.
Ah, okay.
This is a booty counter.
Booty counter?
Yeah.
Metal detector?
Very low frequency discriminator detector.
Yeah.
When I push the button, it went to 0.
I don't have any. I don't know.
Because you don't have a discriminatory booty.
No. I mean, I do, but
Okay.
I kind of do, actually.
Well, I have one freaking task and I know how to do it. Smash it. On one fucking piece of copper. Out of that whole freaking dumpster. There's a dumpster like that one down the road at that one place. We were digging in there for a while, all the arts and crafts stuff.
Yeah.
There's a dumpster like that. Except for it's at a house. Yeah, I thought maybe this would have been like a cool, like white or I think there's one called brainer or something with a metal detector. I when I saw the face of it, all I saw was that Radio Shack. I just saw that video. I was like, oh, metal detector. It's like, oh, radio. It's one that you get for Christmas. And
Yeah.
1990, and it cost Mom $30. And like, hey, go find my wedding ring in the backyard. Here's a metal detector. Go learn a skill.
Yeah.
Scrappers don't need metal detectors.
No.
They just pick up the metal. Period.
Need long arms and tall legs and willingness to jump into a dumpster. All in the direction.
Mm. What's that?
You said noo-noo?
Yeah, one.
I didn't even say what you said. I said noo-noo.
It's all the same, man.
now. It just fell out of the run after it's grown it up a whole bunch more. Yeah, that needs changed. Make loud sounds.
What?
Just want to make sure I still have you.
Yes. Just don't step on that truck piece of plastic.
Okay. Well, I have shoes on, so. Hopefully, I don't come down here and I end up regretting.
That's enough ticket party for one. But I got the main project down. The 2 bins done. And a little of that stuff.
Well, there will be leftovers. Chicken and rice. How they eat, like, food.
Kids just don't have the energy like they used to back then. Yeah, and go run outside and go play outside, go play in the creek and get dirty and go for hikes and go fishing and go bike riding.
Because they all have autoimmune disorders.
But they can watch people do that online now.
Yeah, exactly. So why?
Like, why would I fucking go out and go bike if I can just watch people do it?
It's not. And you don't get to see from that dopamine.
Get away.
Yeah, big time.
All that stuff is at cash register, boombox. No, these couple things here too. Hey, monkey. Coming in? Come on, monkey. Going that way? Did I scare you? I didn't mean to scare you, monkey.
Well, then you do that? You're mean. Sorry. It's just this is not making me scared, Mom.
Yeah, I got some books. Communion, true story.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a drink.
Bye.
And then call them down to get
Oh, I sold all my orders. All my other movies. Don't get much for them. That can go in the moon. Damn it. I took that outside. Monkey. Meow, 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 meow. Monkey, meow, meow.
Here, take your present.
Figure in there. All right, so now I have a bin of power supplies. And this stuff in here, at some other point, screwdriver, just get a hammer, start cracking this stuff open, get a little circuit boards out of them. So those can hang out outside. These circuit boards, I'm going to have to put them on the bin for little circuit boards. And it goes in with aluminum. And that's circuit boards. I take all this other stuff apart, fine tune some of this other stuff. Now we're going with the number 2. That's junk. A lot of this other stuff is just microprocessing. Some of these other things I have to look up. See if they're worthwhile. I don't know about that, but that's a little Easter egg right there. I'm going to guess that's people who worked on the Sidewinder controller for Microsoft Sidewinder. But if you go from here, which is the bottom of it, the base of it, and if you take that off, you get that, which is interesting to me. Look at the Sega Master Controller. Control pad. They're like 20, 30 bucks. I'll wipe it down with alcohol and clean it up real good. Power supply, that realistic. The Sony thing. That's another motor that just goes with transformers. And that one can pop right out. Yeah, that was not difficult to pop out. Just get a little bit of that loose right here, and the rest will just unspool. Get rid of that plastic right there. And lift a little bit of this copper up like that. But all this plastic has to be up, and then you just start pulling it up, and then eventually it'll be a big, like horse braid type, and then it all comes out. Those ones, I'll take the copper off those. Some other oddball loose things I need to go through, but aside of that, it took me a little longer to get the stuff taken apart, but I was kind of yammering and talking. Still got the stuff done. Less than 5 hours, 4 hours to go through those 2 bins. Could have been done a lot quicker if I had the space and the right tools, but Free money. Look these books up, look this other stuff up, and if it's worthwhile, keep it. If not, then it gets torn down the next time. Thank